Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
Because networking is a two-way street. I don't want to make
one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I will be your moderator for these next 4 sessions on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Kicking off this session's programming, our first speaker is Mr. Percy Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell brings a warm greeting from Harlem, New York City, close to me here in Brooklyn, where he has lived for the past 3 years. Though he's called New York his home for 9 years, no place resonates quite like Harlem. A University of Alabama graduate, we won't hold that against him, with a major in musical theory and theater. Percy has starred in various musicals, plays, and short films. Notably, he portrayed Edmund in Barefoot Shake's 2022 production of King Lear in Central Park, with Jim Shapiro in attendance. In 2018, Percy took on the iconic role of Malcolm X at Harlem's Ujamaa Black America Theater. This transformative experience, along with roles like Macbeth, Robert Martin in The Drowsy Chaperone, showcases his deep artistic range. Now, Percy invites everyone to support the exquisite 60th anniversary off-Broadway production of James Baldwin's Blues for Mr. Charlie. I present to you Mr. Percy Mitchell.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sydney. So you're in Brooklyn. I'm in Harlem. So we have a beautiful New York morning in front of us.
Well, there's more sunshine up in Harlem. Brooklyn's still got a little cloudy overcast.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The sun's trying to fight its way through, but it'll get there. It'll get there. So
wonderful.
Now you went to UA, University of Alabama?
I did, in Tuscaloosa. Absolutely. Roll Tide. I gotta say it. That's the phrase. I know.
Yeah.
The connotation of the school is they have an interesting history, but for all of especially my Black people in Alabama, I always have to say the Roll Tide, for the spirit of all of our people that are still there fighting very hard for success every day. Definitely.
My family's from Mobile, so down on the Gulf Coast. So wow. There's a lot of Roll Tide fans down there, but my brother went to University of South Alabama, so he'd give me grief if I didn't give U of Alabama, alumni a little grief. So, but welcome.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So I understand we're going to do a fireside chat. So if you're ready to go, we'll jump into it because the time goes fast and there's a ton of questions I have and probably a ton of things that people want to hear from someone who's living their passion and dream in the big city, in the Big Apple. So if you're okay with it, let's kind of jump into it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. So you went to University of Alabama. Are you from Alabama or from somewhere else before that?
So my parents are, they met each other when they were 10. Both sides of my family attend the same church in a small town called Florence, Alabama. It's about 40,000 people. We have the University of North Alabama there. So you mentioned your brother going to University of South Alabama. I'm from North Alabama, a lot smaller communities, very intimate church communities. My mother and father both joined the military at 18. My mother is Army, my dad is Navy, and they moved to Tokyo, Japan, where my sister and I were born. I was born in 1992, my sister in 1990, and we lived in Tokyo until we were 3.5, 4 years old. And then we moved to Honolulu until for about 3.5, 4 years. And then we started on a trail back to the South, living in Houston, Texas, Meridian, Mississippi, Jacksonville, Florida is where my dad also lived post-retirement. And my sister and I ended up moving back to Alabama when my parents divorced when I was 11. So I'm from Alabama, but I was born overseas and I was brought back to Alabama to my home family. Yeah, when I was about 11 or 12.
I know that lifestyle. I'm a military brat also. So
Awesome.
My dad was, career Air Force. So the moving around, living overseas, I get it. And it sounds like, well, for me, I kept moving as an adult, but it sounds like you found a home in Harlem.
Yes, sir. I moved to New York 9 years ago. I lived in Bushwick, Bed-Stuy, Jamaica, Queens, Washington Heights. These are all New York neighborhoods that are not Manhattan because, mind you, Manhattan is pretty expensive, as we all know. During the pandemic, however, I found the most beautiful space. The street that I live on is actually the last street that Maya Angelou, the famous Maya Angelou, as we all know. She lived on this street in Harlem. I live in front of a park called, it's Mount Morris Park / Marcus Garvey Park. Right. There was a documentary called Summer of Soul on Hulu that Questlove produced. And it was basically known as a Black Woodstock in the 1960s, where around, they said 300,000 people gathered in Harlem for a Black Woodstock that had the likes of Mahalia Jackson, a young Stevie Wonder, a young Gladys Knight. They were all gathered at the park in front of my house. So I do feel the area I'm in is a deeply historical, deep cultural, deep artistic Black center. Absolutely. I love this place. Like my block is amazing.
For those who have not seen that documentary, please, you need to take a look at it. It is powerful, not only in terms of the collection of not only famous, but infamous and historical performers that were there, but the reason that they were there and the messages that they were giving. So thanks for bringing that up. Now, did you go to University of Alabama majoring in theater, or did you switch to that or get involved in theater, kind of accidentally? Talk us about that journey.
Yeah. So when I was 12, I come from a small town in Alabama. There are only a few people with an extraordinary amount of money. So there was a gifted program started when I was in middle school, around the 5th or 6th grade. Mm-hmm. They interviewed and tested children from the area elementary schools. If you tested it was a visual arts test, I believe. Mm-hmm. If you tested on the test high enough at the central office, you were brought into a class with other students from other area schools where we studied advanced topics 2 to 3 days a week with a teacher. K.G. Simpson is one of the most influential teachers in my life because at 12 years old, we read an abridged version of Shakespeare's Macbeth. After reading this play and studying this at 12 years old with a bunch of 6th graders, our teacher said, "Do you all want to perform this play?" And we were all very excited. We auditioned for the roles. I had never auditioned for anything. I had no clue of what theater exactly was. I was told at 12 years old that I understood and that I almost could cold read Old English verse. This was when I auditioned for the role of Macbeth and I read the Tomorrow, Tomorrow soliloquy. After 12 years old, I performed the role of Macbeth an excerpt for it for one of our central office board meetings. So I got to perform the play for our central office and for our educational superintendent at the time. I took a break at 12 years old, and then at 16, I joined choir in my school. I was very afraid to perform I've never considered myself a singer, but my grandmother, she is the church soprano at my church in my hometown. I've always sang in church, but I've always been afraid to, until I was around 15, express my gift in public. So I joined choir in the 10th grade. And then when I turned 16, I joined theater in my high school. And that is where I picked back up from 12 years old with the role of Macbeth. And I started to formally act at 16. I was offered multiple scholarships and multiple opportunities, but a kid that had not grown up performing, and I had just heard of New York, and I had just heard of the art and the center of art that it actually is when I was 16. I was very afraid to accept scholarships to AMDA, to Juilliard, to NYU, to Tisch. There were several institutions in New York that I was interested in studying, but I thought I lacked the experience with performing art. So I decided to go to the University of Alabama because my dad, being Navy, also had the GI Bill. So it cost effectiveness. It made the most sense to go to a school where my tuition was paid for, and they offered a half tuition scholarship for musical theater as well. So that's my journey in ending up at the University of Alabama. But I've been performing since I would say 12. I took a break until I was 16, and it's been a constant trail ever since.
So talk a little bit about, there are always pivotal moments in folks' lives, right? There's that moment where you get the inspiration and you know, this is it. And I don't know for you if that was that 6th grade experience or that high school experience, but then there's, the pivotal moment where you say, I can do this really well. And da-da-da. And then there are those pivotal moments where you say, there's more. There's more I want to do. So talk about for you, because you are having this success and having this interest and having this passion in art, in the arts, with singing and theater, etc. How does business transition? What was that pivotal moment about, and how did you get there?
In the meantime, when I moved to New York in 2015, I've worked for 7 boutique hotels. I've worked for multiple temp jobs that involve the corporation in the modern age. I've been asked to be a model, an actor, and a brand ambassador while serving tables. And a boutique hotel involves, it would be hotels such as the Standard International, Dream International Hotel. And in 2022, I opened a rooftop called the Ned, which is a private members only club that is based in London. Now, when I'm working at each of these jobs, any task, any job, any community of people, I give my all to. And when I recognized that most young workers in New York since 2015 were not being educated, were not being onboarded correctly, whenever there was a question being asked about the foundations of any new business or place of business, there was no real order established over the demands for us to transact profit. So after acting Malcolm X in 2018, I had a deep experience, first of all, with myself to decide, am I just an artist, or am I going to stand up for what's right with integrity? And am I also going to take the knowledge I have to not only guarantee the pay that I am worth and valued at, but those around me that I have also seen that have displayed not just their work ethic, but their true integrity as far as how they treat the people around them, no matter what the task is. I thought that after acting the role of Malcolm X, there was a higher calling. There were audience members that told me in 2018, they do not go to theater, they don't attend theater. They are from Harlem and they only attend the Malcolm X tribute every year, because a few of those audience members were still alive and actually in the Audubon Ballroom. I got to interview 6 people who were of various ages in the 1960s, and they were actually in the ballroom, and for their entire lives, that event changed everything about their lives. So the role it forced me to deeply consider my existence. I am much more than an actor. We are much more than business people. We are moving not just our people forward, but based on Malcolm X's work, and MLK's work as well. Our leaders, our Black leaders in America, have advanced human society on a much larger scale. And what they thought were just a few speeches. What some actors and artists think is that your album or your work of art is just a work of art. It is not that. It is something that, when it is a real piece of art, that can transform and move society forward. So that was the moment that, after the role of Malcolm X, I decided that in everything that I do, I must be on a quest to advance myself and those around me forward.
So did you set that up then formally as, as a business, as a not-for-profit, or as a for-profit, or so talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I actually, before launching a business, there were so many children 2nd through 4th grade in my hometown that post-pandemic, so many of their needs fell to the wayside that in 2020, I took my unemployment money and I launched a nonprofit in my hometown. It was a youth nonprofit. I named it after my dad because my dad was adopted by his biological grandmother because, for many other reasons, you have children in the South, and especially in the United States, we have children that are living in third world conditions within the United States, and especially in the Midwest and South. I was deeply moved to reach out to not just my high school network of friends and teachers in my hometown, but also in New York and in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where my ex-partner is from. I was able to assess a network from Michigan to New York to Alabama to basically come up with a new network I had 70 volunteers ready to reach out to each of these communities, to the lowest of those at the very, very bottom that might not even know how to go apply for the resources they need on a basic level. And especially when it comes to the educational needs of our children. Post-pandemic, the world became the structure of the world. The walls are not closing in, but we have to recognize the movements taking place in the world, and we have to be ready to create the space where the space is needed, especially for those disadvantaged. So I launched a nonprofit. I was met with quite a lot of opposition from the nonprofit sector of my hometown and our city council. And the main point was, you don't have any money to give away. You're just trying to situate and distribute resources. And this was a real point at the meeting at our mayor's office. I was basically able to assemble many political leaders. However, there seemed to be, I was not in competition with those who seek to bring community together, but I saw that I have to have my own structure of business first before I am ready to give back, because it's a very multifaceted process to collaborate with those that are already established in business, that have already established how they do outreach and nonprofit. So I took a step back in 2021. I still have the nonprofit, but I have stepped back and I let each of my constituents know in my hometown, yes, we are going to do some fantastic plays, movies, and media that is going to be the real foundation for what these children need. So I decided to step back in 2022 and repivot to assessing what this company is today.
Okay, so talk about what it is, because that's a fascinating story, and I'm sure there are a lot of folks who can relate to the pushback and the resistance, or the lack of faith and belief in whatever their dream might be, and their vision might be for what they want to do. So if we could talk about that a little bit more, and how you dealt with that, what you thought that was about, and what things you're putting in place that others might say, there's an idea for me. So explain specifically what it is that you want the not-for-profit to deliver for the youth that you're going to be working with.
It was very simple. In my hometown, my church is the largest Black church in our city, but there seems to be a division that you can get help if you attend church, but most people don't attend church because it seems they can't get help. So I gathered people in my community that might not be a part of churches. I have one of my cousins. She does live in one of the housing projects of my city. Before I founded the nonprofit, I was constantly reaching out and paying either the utility bill, the child care, or general funds for anyone that was already receiving food stamps, already receiving government assistance. But because they have over 4 children, they have to be in the home. So women who attended my church, the ladies who were in the choir with my grandmother said, I am retired from my job. Do the girls need help picking the kids up from school, folding clothes, washing the clothes? Do they need general money for when the children are going on field trips and don't have any extra spending money? There are so many ways to situate resources in any community, but it starts with us, the human. The human heart is the most valuable asset in the universe. Mm-hmm. So we basically our volunteers divided into different committees, where it was basically going to be, if you do not have actual funding, do you have time? Time right now is more valuable to children than the actual money. People are transferring the money to pay for the child care. And so we have a large constituency of those that, my mom was a stay-at-home military mother. She was asked to step down from her job to be at home with us. We have so many of those that want to make a home, not a homemaker. I think it is the chief business to care for your community, but the way that we have to, each committee was tasked with being able to deliver an impact report. How are the children responding to when you go pick them up? Are there deeper issues that the children maybe want to get at in what they're interested in school? What is troubling them in school? And how can we deeply communicate between the mentors, the parents, and then their school? I was trying to establish a communications network for empowerment, first of all, and for real well-being. There's so much communication that's lacking, that's keeping us from the real wealth. We don't know the need, and then those that may be aware of the need are not aware of the proper recourse of action to meet the need. So these are the diagnostics I was doing in 2021. Without being paid anything, I was assessing the community, and I went to our city council. And when I was a senior in high school, the then mayor of my hometown wanted me to attend my local university, and he asked me if I would stay in town to be a part of a youth advisory board for the next generation of our town. Mm-hmm. That's what the larger picture is in America. I say youth nonprofit, but what the actual initiative is that we must grow the cities of tomorrow now. And that was the idea.
So talk about, because again, when you are faced with adversity, resistance, not just adversity, resistance, pushback on something that you've envisioned and that you have passion for, that can be, disheartening. And for some folks, very discouraging, et cetera. Talk about what you did in that moment to address that internally, and then talk about some things that you put in place to deal with that structurally or externally to be able to, kind of move your vision, your business vision forward.
Wow. The discouragement will cause a lot of stagnation. We always have to look at what we have. We might want more, but what I did in 2021, I still assessed all of the children that I care about in my hometown, all of the volunteers who also care about them, whether the funding is there or not for us to elevate the experience. We still have what we have right now, which is community. We have communication. We have transformation that can take place by us being mobile for each other. So what I did basically was I started to throw a few small gatherings where I let each of the mothers of these children know that if I don't have the funding, can we at least establish a network of communications? I was able to set up a network of 20 crisis intervention mentors. Those who used to get in fights back in the day when they were younger, and they've been in juvenile, even a few adults, they now show up on the scene in my hometown. If there is an upheaval before the police shows up, and if we know each other, can the parents go, and can the parents through a network go and try to disperse the situation before we ask a mostly white law enforcement in Alabama to deal with our children? Mm-hmm. And so there are several ways that the community can be elevated without money because we are the wealth. We still can communicate with each other and pass that data, that knowledge of how things go. And I also, if I am not serving my community, then I do not feel right waking up in the morning. I am not seeking profit out of my community when I wake up. I basically volunteered to fill out business applications for anyone seeking to found a small business in my hometown. I volunteered to consult and nurture and educate those that might have the money in the bank, but they have never gone to a bank and don't know the process behind what it takes to actually file paperwork for the right license, for the correct license. So I volunteered to give of myself in the meantime until, yes, the network of this nonprofit with the funding is established to really carry on.
So you brought up a significant point that I want to really highlight and stress to folks out there, because you talked about, you went forward after getting the pushback and the resistance with the things that you could do that cost no money. And this is, I think, a place where so many, especially startup businesses, but I do coaching and consulting for businesses at all levels: startups, pre-revenue, startups, early revenue, businesses that have been in place and operating for 20 plus years, those who are doing pretty well but want to transition up. And the one thing that always is pervasive in the minds of business owners is, I can't grow, I can't do what I want unless I get a loan, I get some new equipment, I get a new, it's always about something that they don't have. And,
Yes.
One of the things that's important for us to understand is, and the empowerment of, what can I do with no help and assistance, which usually is about process, procedures, behavior changes, etc. And that you talked about that in your feedback and your response right there, which I hope people heard. And if not, get the link, go back and watch this again, and listen to the fact that you did the things that you could do that cost no money, that are still having positive impact and still moving your vision forward. And I think that's an important lesson for folks out there to really hear and to put into place. So what it also does, Percy, is it gives you that portfolio of successes that when you're asking for money, you can say, and here's what I did with nothing.
Yes.
Here's what I did with no money, no help, and if I can do that with nothing, think of what I can do if you are supporting me with funds, with resources, et cetera, et cetera. So it's beneficial in both ways. So talk about, you now go back to New York, you're doing stuff. Talk about the things that you are putting in place for that business opportunity now, or the things that you are strategizing about that you need to have in place, for that to, continue on.
So basically, after leaving Alabama in 2021, we are in the post-pandemic world. After seeing the courage, and to me, the word bravery is courage plus hope, to see the bravery of most Black women in my life, especially landing in the city. Since being here in 2021, my best friend, who is also my business partner, she has her master's in directing. Another one of my friends, she has her master's in photography. Another female has her master's in media studies. I am about empowering the young Black female executive because in my own personal experience, I have been guided, embraced, nurtured, and protected by the young Black female executive. And I have personally used my funds from my side jobs that I've worked to exactly not keep these ladies in my life or in the city, but at a time when everyone's losing hope and everyone went to college, but it seems the opportunities are not lining up. I've stepped back and said, for you all that are each leaders that have led my life, I want to work as hard as I can to create the space and opportunity to empower and elevate you all. Because from New York, I'm not the only person such as myself that has a network. I'm the only person that is trying to activate and create the space for a larger network that involves many creatives. So what I've done since is each of my friends, I met them in 2021 as they were completing their masters, and they were basically deciding what are my jobs post college. When they were in between each job, I have still wanted to nurture and invest in them. Whether if it's a stage management job, but my friend has her master's in directing, I'm not subsidizing her pay, but if she's waiting for pay, like the average artist in the entertainment industry waits 3 to 6 months on their check after said project is complete. So the average artist waits for money and they starve in the meantime, no matter how great we look on camera, no matter how much wonderful work was being done, the labor and the actual transactions not happening for the artists. So I've tried to fill in that gap for those that are in between jobs, or there are several artists that are not SAG, Screen Actors Guild, and then the Theaters Equity Association. Several actors are not union. So with union, there are several funds in the city that are available to union actors. We had the writers and actors strikes going on. Several strikes have happened in the past few years. There is no safety net for just the independent, non-union performer. So in New York, I've stood in the gap, and most of my network of performers, writers, directors, technicians, they are all artists that have remained in the city because they love and want to transform art worldwide. And New York is the capital that, from art that takes place here and the processes behind art that take place here on a business level, that is what transfers and actually, like I said earlier, moves society ahead. And actually, I'm trying to move the sector of business when it comes to entertainment. I'm seeking to move it forward, but it comes down to how is the average, when you say average artist, being paid? The average artist that puts in the work and the project does profit, but in between, were they treated correctly on any level? And on many levels, the average artist, independent contractor, they're not treated correctly in many circumstances.
So we only have a couple minutes left, so I want to get in 3 quick questions.
Yes, sir.
If we can get there, we'll see. One is you been in acting, theater, arts, etc. You are starting a not-for-profit. What are the differences that you see from going from being a individual contributor in arts to being a head of a business and trying to start up a business?
Yes, I tell all of my actors and performers, no matter how inspired we are, there is a box office based on real numbers, and the data and analytics behind an idea and what actually sold to an audience is what must be discussed. So the difference between, as an artist, I've been inspired with passion, and now I am strictly inspired with business to make sure that we are compensated for the beauty of these visions and that we are adequately educated when it comes to what is the value of this content. There is a big difference. I just recently was admitted into Full Sail University for a business degree with an emphasis in arts entertainment. This is because I am seeking to study the real data and analytics behind the numbers in entertainment, the actual leadership it takes to look at a moving environment when it comes to the internet, AI, and then banking in the modern era. We must be very vigilant of the value that we came into the room with. The humans that each of us are. That's what I'm seeking to elevate. Yeah, currently.
All right, good. Well, you answered 2 of the questions in that answer. So I'm going to skip to actually what would have been my 4th, which is how can folks reach out to you? Because we're running out of time. How can folks reach out to you if they want to, one, see your work, whether it's in New York City or, if you're doing work across the country, or if they want to help and assist you and have some ideas for you with the not-for-profit, or if they just want to get more information about, hey, how do I do this thing called acting, or how do I start up a not-for-profit? How do people reach you? What's the best contact information for you?
Well, my Facebook immediately is Percy Mitchell, like my name is spelled on the screen. You can go in and search Facebook. You might have to type in NYC. My IG Instagram handle is Dre Me Out. It's DREYMEOUT. And then I have an email right now that is, we're currently setting up the website, but our email for the company is the number 67, the letter Brooms, BROOMS, media, MEDIA @gmail.com. please email me with any inquiries. I would love to get into Blues for Mr. Charlie and what we have planned and the funding that we are still seeking. We have a wonderful venue on 54th Street that is the Off-Broadway theater that several Hollywood actors have been discovered at. We need $3,900 to book the space. And then 1 month from the performance, they are asking for the other half of the deposit. This Off-Broadway theater will give every actor an actual off-Broadway credit. It is a 125-seat house that is in the theater district in Times Square. So it will be considered an off-Broadway production. We are also reaching out to New York City and the NYPD to be collaborators with this process. This show involves the South, it involves law enforcement, it involves civil rights, and the subjects in this play are things that we are dealing with directly around the world today. So I would love all of your support. I would love for anyone to reach out and to know more about this project and the projects after this, because we would love to direct Anthony and Cleopatra next as the next production after Blues for Mr. Charlie, before getting into some workshops and developing some writers for actual short films, documentaries, and film work. So a lot of exciting things happening, and I can't wait to continue the conversation.
Well, looking forward to having you back so we can talk more about the business of theater and the arts and how to, kind of not only address the creative side, but also the business side. So, but I also ask you, reach out to me offline. And let's talk about, I do some work with startups. I had some suggestions and some possible resources for you to work with on what you're trying to do down in Alabama. So,
okay, wonderful, wonderful.
And with that, I'll say, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So great conversation. Obviously, Percy's doing some phenomenal things and very passionate about both the arts and giving back and helping out and building community. So kudos to him, and look forward to not only me, but others, supporting him in all the ways that we can. Just a reminder that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the Expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and that information should be scrolling across the screen, and contribute to the account $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. And again, remember, our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 scholarships to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, September 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, The Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for listening. Look forward to more programming coming right up. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? My life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
decided to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those 2 things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on three areas. And those three areas are: one, the people; number two, the courses; and number three, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer, founder of Strategic Solutions, a business consulting practice, and also a founder of Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, and that's a business growth practice. So I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over in North Carolina, in London, in Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest this morning is Mr. Joseph A. Simmons. He's a retired pharmaceutical executive located in Orlando, Florida, and he started his career in sales with Baxter Corporation, also with Johnson & Johnson and Sunrise Medical, where he was promoted to an executive level position. He went on to Knoll, Abbott, and Novartis Pharmaceuticals in several management positions. He's recently founded the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, a not-for-profit organization, back in May of 2020. So looking forward to an interesting and exciting conversation. So let me present to you Mr. Joseph Simmons. Good morning. I think I said afternoon. Boy, it's been a long day already, hasn't it? Jeez Louise.
Well, in your intro, you talked about, all the different, your global organizations. So guess what, Sidney? Somewhere in the world, it is afternoon.
It is afternoon. That's right. It's like, I just got off a call from. I was actually on last night with a client from India, not Pakistan. Sorry, from Pakistan, and I realized what time it was for where I was. I'm like, wait a second, it's midnight where you are.
Yes. Yeah.
And yeah, it gets to be that way sometimes. Like, where is it? What time am I? Well, welcome. It's the first time I'm meeting you, so it's great to meet you. You have an extraordinary background, so I understand we're going to do a fireside chat, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. So, don't know if you're ready.
Sidney, I was in sales. I'm ready to go.
Okay. All right. Good. Because this time always goes so fast, and so want to jump into it so people get the benefit of your experiences, et cetera. So, first and foremost, you have a career in sales leadership, sales management, executive business leadership. Talk a little bit about it seems, all of it was in the pharmaceuticals. How did you get to that industry? Was that something, that you wanted to do while you were in college? Came to accidentally? Talk a little bit about that.
Well, God bless my mother and father. They were very patient with me, but strangely enough, Sidney, my mother always provided me with magazines, business magazines. So whether it was Forbes, Newsweek, Wall Street Journal, she would always kind of give me these magazines, and I had an affinity for it. So I really, when I went to college, I was a political science major because I had aspirations of going into politics, behind the scenes, not being the front man. And my father was a minister. So I had a father who had the gift of gab, and I had a mother who was very practical and very logical. So it only made sense for me to go into a sales career, right? And so, yeah, that's how I started. My sales career was basically, it was just one of happenstance. They looked at the competencies and the skills that I had, and they said, you would be great for this. And I took off into a sales career, and it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot in regards to people skills. It taught me a lot in regards to, what motivates people. obviously I was motivated by achievement. I wanted to be successful. My parents were, I look back at my lineage, my grandparents on my father's side were slaves and they were just freed. And then my father had probably a 6th grade education, my mother a 3rd grade education. But they had this sense of they wanted a better life for Joseph Simmons, their son. And so I always had this drive to exceed their expectations in regards to whatever I did. So as you just read off, I started out in medical devices and then moved over to pharma. And there was always this friction and this bumping with medical device and pharma. We looked down on pharmaceutical people because we didn't think they sold. In the medical device business, it's very aggressive, it's feast or famine. So there's this attitude of, I'm all that by being in medical devices. But, there's this, in the 90s, there's this up and down in regards to medical devices. If you lost a contract with a hospital, it's a zero-sum game. And I was approached twice by individuals say, Joe, you'd really be great in pharma. And I was like, I don't know if I want to make that move. You guys, all you do is go into doctors' offices and, drops things off and do lunches. I'm out here really selling, I just that attitude. But I interviewed for a position with Knoll, and the VP showed me their data, what they get. And Sydney, I was just blown away. I mean, they had, physician level data on almost, where the doctor lived, what he liked to eat, where he, liked to go to restaurants. I mean, and then the prescribing data that they had was just enormous. And it just made me think that it would be a challenge for me, but I had all the tools to be successful. I had data, I knew their target audience, I knew the products that they were prescribing, so I could really develop and focus a field force in that direction. So that's kind of a short story of me going from Leicester, West Virginia, college, sales, and then into pharma.
Okay. So talk a little bit about it. You're in sales, doing quite well. Folks want you in all of their roles, et cetera. What was it that made you want to go into the executive leadership level? And what were some things that you experienced or learned at the sales level that you felt were critical for your success at the executive level?
Wow. Number one was control. That was the number one thing that I looked at. When you become at a certain level of, when you're at an executive level, you have control over hiring, policy procedures, marketing. So you have a better input in regards to the direction of the product, services, or the organization that you're with. That's number one. Number two, what I learned from sales is there's an old adage called know, like, and trust. 3 things. That's the fundamental. So to get into an executive level, you have to align yourself with different resources, whether it's marketing or manufacturing, operations, accounting. So they have to know you, they have to like you, and they have to trust you because they're giving you a budget of $10 million. So you've got to perform. So those are the kind of things you learn from a salesperson is that you have to perform. You have to exceed expectations. You have to execute flawlessly. So from those 2 things, and you move into executive, now all of a sudden you're directing people in regards to execution, product knowledge, relationships. But most importantly, you can give them your learnings. You can pass it on. You can pass, why were you successful? So you mentor people within the organization to become you, to replace you, to succeed you, to go to a higher level.
Okay. I bet what you just talked about there resonates with a lot of folks, especially that control piece. That's what, most people kind of go into business for. It's like, I want to have some say, some control over my own life, my own destiny, et cetera, et cetera. And similar to you, when I was with corporate, I did everything on the ops side. Wanted to, get on the sales side. Once I got on the sales side, I'm like, now I don't have any control over the ops side. So I need to be a general manager, which is how I then got to the, going to the executive level as well. Talk about, it's for those who haven't been in corporate America and for those who are, it's no small feat. It's, it's not easy, moving up, and getting to the executive level within some of the corporations that you've been with. and how large they are. Talk about what it is about you personally, your skill set, your capabilities that you think allowed you to not only get to that level, but to thrive and be successful at that level.
Sydney, I guess one of the business leaders that I followed early in my career was Jack Welch, who was the leader of GE. And he talked about 5 things that a leader should, if you're going to succeed as a leader, these are the 5 things you need to do. Exceed expectations in regards to sales, marketing execution, hire talented people, stay between the white lines, but most importantly, bring an energy to the job. So when I look at my career and the success I had, those are the 5 things that I focused on. I made sure that, with Knoll Pharmaceutical, I was back-to-back Region of the Year. I was District of the Year. I was Region of the Year again with Novartis. So from a sales exceeding the expectation, I hit that. In regards to execution, it is so key for whether you're a small business or a large corporation that you execute flawlessly. You can't be, distracted by the shiny objects. You know that as a business consultant, too many times, I want to do this, I want to do this. Right. And it takes you off track, it takes you off message.
Yep.
So 3 is hiring talented people. You want to make sure you surround yourself with people that are smarter than you. And even today, I try to bring into CMET people that are smarter than me, and they bring a certain energy and they bring a certain thing that can elevate the organization. Number 4 is, we all know that there are rules. And in pharmaceuticals, my God, outside of maybe the oil and gas industry or maybe the banking industry, we were highly regulated. You could get fired for selling off label, for example. So you had to make sure that you set an example for your people of what right and wrong was. Lastly is energy. This morning I was listening to your prior guest, Percy Mitchell, I think his name was. Right. He had energy. Mm-hmm. He had energy. That's what you bring to your organization as a leader of an organization, whether it's Novartis or whether it's your own small business. You have to bring this positivity, this zest for we're going to change the world.
So you're having this success at these massive Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies at an executive level. Talk about that moment where you say, nah, gonna walk away, gonna do something on my own. But not only am I gonna do something on my own, I'm gonna do a not-for-profit. So talk about that. What inspired you for that? And what, if any, concerns did you have, or what, if any, changes did you make?
Sydney, my wife, I retired 3 times. So each one of the times I drove her crazy. It's like, and I was,
get out of the house.
Do something, right? And a real quick story. So I was talking to one of my mentors, and we were having lunch, and he said, well, let me guess what your life is like. You get up in the morning, 5 o'clock, you watch CNBC, Squawk Box to maybe 9. Then you find, you're going to do some things on the internet till 12, you have lunch. Afternoon, you do the same thing, you pitch and buzz around the house. He said, Joe, you were an executive, you have something to give back. Why don't you use your talents and volunteer at SCORE? And that's what I did, Sydney, for 5 years. So I volunteered with SCORE. And while I was there, I developed a couple of workshops that they input, and they became very successful. But in the back of my mind, there was something that, as a little boy, I just remember my father always going to these churches. And these churches, I'm at 16, 17 years old. I'm driving my father. He had glaucoma. And Saturday, and instead of me going to a party or hanging out with friends, I'm driving my father to these small towns in West Virginia for him to have service that Sunday. And Sydney, he would have 8 people there, 10 people there. But Friday night, he would study the Bible. Saturday night, he would study the Bible. And he just knew that, he would give it his all and give it his best. And then May of 2020, I'm watching Squawk Box, and, the whole thing with George Floyd was going through my head, and I'm looking at application for PPP and EIDL, and they weren't registered with SunBiz. They didn't have their tax ID. And I'm looking and I'm going, there's money left on the table here. I mean, it's like typical, business person. There's a problem. How can I solve it? And literally, Sydney, I just got out a legal pad and I just started sketching out a workshop. I mean, my background is management. How many meetings have I put together? How many workshops have I put together? And I said, okay, the problem is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs aren't prepared for success. They can't take advantage of resources. I went to SCORE. I presented a proposal to them. They didn't want to touch it. Luckily, I had an associate who had presented at one of my workshops. I talked to him. He said, I'll help you put together the nonprofit. And so I set it up so that it was a workshop and it had addressed a problem. The problem was business fundamentals. Second was understanding target audience. Third was access to capital. Everything around it focused in on getting that workshop to commit to those three things. And that's how I kind of came up with CMET.
It's sometimes when I'm doing this, I hear themes. So you want to do good.
Mm-hmm.
You have this idea. You pitch this idea to someone and they said, nah, not interested. So talk about that. And, was it a surprise to you? How did you handle that? Why did you think that it took place? And then what did you do to get past it, to overcome it?
Sydney, having 30 some years in sales, whether it's, foot on the ground, knocking on doors, sales success really runs around being able to put the no's behind you
mm-hmm.
and seeking the yeses.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have this dogged focus in regards to, I know I've got a good idea. I just need to find the right person to say, Joe, you've got a right idea, and to give me the support and kind of keep me pushing in the right direction. So because I had that background in sales, I can't say I didn't take it personally because I'd given 5 years to SCORE. So you would think that, they would be open to it.
I'm worth a little credibility there, right?
But again, you kind of look at the political environment. You look at, SCORE's part of the Department of Commerce, I think. So there was things there that I kind of understood. But you've got to have this mentality of, I am going to stay focused on my target. I know what I have to do. I've got a good plan. And I just started pitching. Luckily, I ran across one of the funders at a networking event, and she was new, I was new, and together I understood from a sales standpoint, if I help her out, she's going to put me in front of the right people.
Right.
And that's what I did. I nurtured her. I connected her with the right people. She was starting to see success. And then she said, hey, Joe, what can I do for you? That was my opening.
I'm glad you asked me that question.
Can you set up a meeting for me with, who has the money? And then that was the other thing you learn in sales is that you can't be shy. You've got to be able to say, you know what, as a nonprofit, it is for profit. It takes funding to do what you have to do.
Right.
And so she set up an audience. I had a phone call. I pitched them. And, I had a meeting, and then from there, it just kind of snowballed from there. And even you almost have to have the attitude of, even with some of my subject matter experts, I've got 3 that have been with me, Sydney, for 21 cohorts. And some of them, the 3 that started out with me, weren't being paid. There was no stipend. So they believed in the mission, which really reinforced my need to say, you know what, I've got something here, but I need funding to really make it happen, to support these entrepreneurs, but also support the subject matter experts.
I do a workshop around kind of mastering finances, et cetera. And one of the things I always talk about is that the goal of business is not about making money, a profit, it's about, meeting or exceeding the needs of your client base. However, financials become the way we measure success, how well you're doing that goal, how well you're meeting that. So revenue is a measure of how well you're meeting that need. Profit, or surplus in the case of a not-for-profit, is a measure of how long you'll be able to do that. And so I think there's excellent lessons from what you're talking about there. But a key one, again, I want to just, so people don't go by it too fast, was your persistence when you heard no. That you're going to always have obstacles, even when you're doing something great. or you believe something is great, and here you're trying to do something, great, noble for others, etc. And you're still going to have people who say, I don't believe in it. I don't think you can do it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's worthwhile. And there's this determination that you have to have, this inner discipline that you need to show, that says, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to stick to my objective, and to move forward with that. So hopefully people out there will hear that and resonate with them, because they will experience it at some point, in their journey. I think the other lesson that you talked about is what you did with no money, which is similar to what Percy talked about. And so again, common themes. One of the things when I was managing executive level, when people would come to me for money, how can we get approval for this? The first question I would ask them is, what would you do if I said no? And I would listen to their response. And some people would just like, well, I guess we wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, so you're definitely not getting approved.
Yeah, fold up.
Let's move on. Yeah. But I listened to, what, others would say. It's like, I guess we would do this and et cetera, et cetera. And my response would always be, then go do that. And then tell me what you got. And because all those things were really about, again, process, behavior. And that's what you talked about there. You said, okay, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to do this way so that I can show some benefit, show some value, and then people will collect around that. And in your case, it was showing value to a potential funder. Exactly. And again, I think that's the lesson people can get out of that. You need to show value, and you can show value without necessarily having money. It's just do what you do, and do it well, and show the results from that. So,
and Sydney, you're absolutely right. I mean, because I spent X amount of years in pharma, with drugs, we always talk about efficacy. And with a physician, the first thing they want to hear is, okay, what is the efficacy? Now let me put it on somebody and see if it works. Once they see it works, it's safe, it's reimbursed, boom, it's off and running. It's the same thing like you say with your business. You have to establish credibility. People have to know you, like you, and trust you, but you have to keep coming back. I used to, one of my first sales reps told me something. And he said, people would come to and say, why are you good? Why are you successful, Bill? And Bill would always say, look at the soles of my shoes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Put the legwork in, right?
Exactly. Sydney, you can't be successful sitting here behind a desk and just, hoping that business will come to you and funders will come to you, right?
Yeah. There's a quote I always rely on that says, alas, I could have been a great writer, except the library chairs were too hard. So unless you're willing to, be a little uncomfortable, do a little work, success just doesn't follow you around, tapping you on the shoulder and going, come on, I'm here. Take me. Got to do for it. So talk about, now there are people out there right now who are just like, this guy, Joe Simmons, he's that, Talk about what your organization, CMET, does. How it works with entrepreneurs, aspiring business owners, and what are some of the programs or services that you guys deliver?
Very simply, Sydney, the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, we focus on preparing entrepreneurs for success. That is our mission. So how do we do that? We have a few channels that entrepreneurs can go through. Number one, we have a 5-day virtual EBA. And each one of those days, we focus on the pillars of entrepreneurship. So day one is going to be business planning. Day two.
So folks who don't know, EBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Entrepreneurial Business Accelerator. Okay. And for the aspiring entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs out there, it is from 8 to 4. And it's taking in a lot of information because in eight hours, we're going to go through capability statement, resume. We're going to go through mission statement, value, all that in regards to business planning. We keep it relatively fundamental, Sydney, with a 1-page business plan that we want them to have, the entrepreneurs to have completed. So that's done on day one. That Wednesday is understanding financials. So it's cash flow, balance sheet, income statement. But like you said earlier, it's also how do you price your product? How do you price your service? What is your margin? Can you afford this? Because I think it's for our target audience, which is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, they have to understand profitability. You know, like you said earlier, it's not so much making money, but it's sustaining your business so that you can do the things you want to do in regards to your product and service. So that's the Wednesday. The Friday is branding. You know, it says that there are 3 challenges for businesses: access to capital, business fundamentals, and then target audience. How many times have you been around a business and they said, you ask and Sydney says, you know what, Joe, I want to sell to everybody. And your head explodes. It's like, no. You know, so we spend time in regards to target audience. That's a whole day. You know, then how do you market? What's your brand? What's your value proposition? That's Friday. Then Monday, it's about sales. You know, one of the things that those 3 groups are challenged with is messaging, and then taking the frustration. You've got to go out and sell your product, whether it's online, whether it's commercially, business to business, consumer to consumer. And then day 5 is I want to make sure the entrepreneurs are connected with these 5 resources. So an accountant, an attorney, a banker, insurance agent, cybersecurity, and then last but not least, a business coach. And then we wind it up with a pitch contest. And the pitch contest is kind of like Shark Tank. I give them 90 seconds to kind of go through their business and pitch it to 3 judges. So that's one channel that you can do. And our next EBA starts on October 28th. Now, I also do, for the graduates of those for sustainability, I've got a growth accelerator program that runs for a year. And that's selected entrepreneurs that we put through that. And we're finishing up the first one in November. So you've got the growth accelerator program. And then we also do a business academy. So there's 2 organizations. I'm running an 8-week and a 10-week business academy through CMET with my subject matter experts. And that's the other thing. I've got 12 to 15 subject matter experts that come through, and they provide the content, the information, and the resources for the entrepreneurs. And then the last workshop that I have is entrepreneurship through acquisition. You know, we're looking at what they call the silver tsunami, where there's $10 trillion of market value businesses that are out there that we can now go in and now take over. And what do you gain, Sydney? Cash flow, resources, scale, credibility. So those are the programs that are underneath CMET right now that we're doing.
And are your services free, low cost, you know, at market cost, you know, for those who are participating?
For the 5-day, I can't say it's free because I'm taking 40 hours of your time. So your time is money, but in actuality, there's no charge for that. There is a charge for the Growth Accelerator program. The business academies, that's run through municipalities. So depending on whether they want to charge for it or not charge, it's up to them. All I do is take my people, put them in, and then run through the 8-week or the 10-week, wherever they want. So that's kind of a business model that I put together for them. The workshops are all free. So I've got a workshop and 2 workshops in November, 1 in Tampa and 1 in Jacksonville for any of the entrepreneurs out there that are interested in buying a business.
And how many entrepreneurs or businesses do you work with at any one time? And, you know, give us an average of the number that you handle over the course of a year.
Wow. I can tell you this. We've done 21 cohorts since March of 21, and I've had 250 entrepreneurs come through my program. So probably around, we've touched 300. I would say roughly 300 entrepreneurs over 3 years. So 100 a year, roughly.
Congrats. And so for those who are out there, again, take a listen, because, you know, there's opportunities for you to be able to get support depending on what you're struggling with, or, you know, just, you know, nervous about or unsure about. You know, there's places, lots of places for you to get that, you know, that kind of help and insight. So talk a little bit about the mindset shift that you had to go through working corporate to going out and being an entrepreneur. And then talk a little bit about the thinking that, if any, that changed for you going from a for-profit career to a not-for-profit business model. So talk about those 2 dynamics and what adjustments, if any, or, you know, you needed to make, you know, mentally in addressing it.
Wow, that's a very good question, Sydney. You know, as I look back on it, probably the quickest pivot I had to do was come to grips that you worked, it sounds like you worked in a corporate environment and I worked in a corporate environment. If we were promoting a drug, it'd be easier for me to call up marketing for Zellnorm and say, hey, look, I need an additional $250,000 to promote this product. And they can look at my numbers and say, okay, it's a worthwhile investment. To get $250,000 in a nonprofit world, oh my God, it's, it is challenging to say the least. So that was the first thing that I had to come to grips with is funding. The challenging of getting funding, whether it's grant, whether it's CRA funding, going out there and being able to, go through a grant proposal to make sure that there was a fit there, making sure that we had a proposal, a business plan, financial plan, capability statement, all that in there to make sure it matched up. So yeah, just that shift that there's this mentality, someone told me that nonprofits in the funder's mind are always starving. They give them just enough to get by, enough to get by. And so that's probably the number, if for the audience that's thinking about starting a nonprofit, that's going to be your biggest challenge is that, okay, I'm going to have limited funding, limited resources, but I've got to make a great cake with all this. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of manipulation. It's a lot of not getting discouraged, because you're going to have a lot of, you think you're going to have a grant, you think you're going to have this funding and it doesn't come through. So you've got to be able to have secondary plans. You have to look at certain business models, like you said earlier, subscription-based model, for here at the Black Business Network. So you have to think through those things as a business person, number one, because you are actually running a business. Mm-hmm. You have to have scale. You have to have employees. So you have to start thinking almost like a for-profit business layer on top of a nonprofit. If that makes sense.
Yep. I tell my not-for-profit clients that, look, the only difference between being a profit and a not-for-profit business is you can't use the surplus at the end of the year as a not-for-profit. It has to stay with business.
Yep.
Other than that, everything that applies to a for-profit business applies to you. You want to have a surplus. You want to be able to, you need to manage the marketing communication. You need to understand your target market, blah, blah, all those things. So agree 100%. Talk about, and I'm going to combine these two questions because we're getting close to end of time, but talk about your future goals for the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, and talk about the legacy you'd like it, to have or to leave, kind of when you turn it over.
Well, you sound like my board. We had that conversation last week, but I guess your first question was
future goals. Yeah,
future goals. You know what, Sydney, we're in this now space of AI and the potential of AI and how we can harness it for organizations. So I've looked at probably 2 different AI projects, but I've kind of narrowed it down to one. Because my target audience are women, I had a meeting with a developer, and she's put together this AI prompted leadership training app. Because if you think about, the audience now, everybody's moving to either a tablet or some kind of mobile device. So I'm looking at this for CMET in regards to, if you're an entrepreneur like yourself and you say, you know what, I'm having a challenge with profitability. Boom, you'll go through a 15-minute training session on profitability. Then you'll provide feedback via AI. And then you'd also have a coach on the periphery that could come in to help you if needed. So that's a project that in 25, 26, I would like to get done for CMET. And obviously that would be a subscription-based model, because now I'm looking at a wider audience in regards to utilizing that. So that's kind of the future of CMET, I think. So now that would give me, not only the EBA, but also the GAP, the other programs, but now I've got a subscription-based model that I can now utilize within my ecosystem. So when I look at the legacy of CMET, there was a book that came out, I think about 3 months ago, and it talked about for every dollar a white family earns, we earn 15 cents. So I want to say that as I say goodbye to CMET, that somewhere over the next 5 to 6 years, we've gone from 15 cents to 20 cents to 25, and we're on a trajectory to get to that dollar. Because one of the things that as a community, we've kind of gotten away from is that if you think about Rosa Parks had a bus protest back in 1954, I think 1955. It wasn't until 1967 that we really achieved, the Housing Act, the Voting Rights Act, all those. So it was 15 years. So that was, Dr. King had not only did he have a dream, but he also had a plan that is long-term. And I think that's one of the things that I want to see with CMET is that, okay, this is where we're at now, but 5 years from now here. And then when I have a succession plan and hand it off to somebody else, that we're a solid organization, fully funded, but now we're moving the needle in regards to the community where we're no longer at 15 cents, my God, and we're at 25, but we're on a trajectory to get to $1.
And man, I have so many questions. That one just brings up that it's like, I want to connect with you outside to understand what you think the cause to that is. And I'd love to work with you on that. My audience is similar to yours. It's women-owned, minority-owned businesses, trying to help smaller businesses get to be big rather than just keep working to, bigger businesses get bigger. But we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask this. For those who are listening out there and who, are entrepreneurs or wanting to be entrepreneurs, where do you see kind of the future of business? And what do you think existing entrepreneurs or future entrepreneurs need to be focused on to be successful in that world?
I would say as an aspiring entrepreneur, you have to look at it like back in the day, if you and your wife are looking to buy a house. Some people want to buy a house that's already built. They want to buy it, go in and fix it up, right? Another family, they want to buy new. They want to walk in and everything in the house is already done and it's their house. I think we as a community have to decide that whether we want to start a business or whether we want to buy a business. Because when I look at my career, Johnson & Johnson was 132 companies, all acquisition based. Novartis was 7 companies, all acquisition based. And to quote Reginald Lewis, why should we let white guys have all the fun? And that's what we're doing with, we're not really participating in acquisition, and we should be. Number 2, if we're building a business, I think we really have to focus in on the fundamentals. We've got to stay true to the fundamentals. Know your target audience, know how to get to them and know how to sell to them so they know, like, and trust you, and then build off that.
Sorry about that. I was, how would you say? I was asking the producers to give me more time because there's just so many more questions I want to ask, and I think that would be of value and benefit for folks. So I've been granted more time because everybody's having such a great time, listening to the information and input that you're having here. I just think people will benefit from it so greatly. So one, thanks for that input and info. But to that point, let's go back then to the point about the 15 cents to the dollar, a difference. What do you see as maybe the top 2 or 3 reasons? Because it's going to be multiple things that are impactful of that. What do you think are the 2 or 3 biggest contributing factors to that differentiation, that gap that you think need to be addressed, in the next decade to make that gap much, much smaller than what it is today?
Wow. Wow, you asked a good question, Sydney. I think that 15
make you go,
I think one of the things that we've got to look at is, and this is just a I think if you go back to after World War II, there was the Marshall Plan that really built Europe, specifically Germany, back to where Germany is today, the same thing that it was Japan. I think we're in a situation, number one, and I've said this in meetings with politicians in Orlando and Orange County, is that we don't have the political will, number one, to do a Marshall Plan. So it's up to us to do it. And I think one of the things we have to start doing, Sydney, is having kids in high school understand what business is. Because right now they have no concept of what business is.
Right.
You know, I would say even have an entrepreneurial, department within a high school. And then, right now we're in a situation where you and I can go into high schools and we can talk to them about business. And we've got to change the ceiling. The ceiling can no longer be, well, I'm going to be a rapper. I'm going to go into music and entertainment. We've got to move away from that. Our ceiling has to change. We have to look at things in a bigger global stage. I remember, I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Rhoden from the New York Times. And he said back when he started in the 50s, he competed with people like the New York Post, the Daily News, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. That's who he competed with then. Today, he said you compete on a global stage. So we've got to understand that that's the stage that we're competing on. So when we look at businesses, we've got to look at businesses that are global. We got to look at businesses that are global, but we also have to look at businesses that are Main Street. There's still going to be a need for plumbers. There's still going to be a need for carpenters. So Main Street is still there. So we've got to look at things of entrepreneurship is business and making money so I can give back to my community. So now I can have a Home Depot in my community. I can have a gas station in my community. I can have a grocery store in my community. And just think about how that community would flourish.
Right. Right.
So I think we've got to say, okay, this is our plan and this is how we're going to get there. But I think what are the numbers, Sydney? I think it's something like, if we started a business today, for it to be generational, we'd have to be in business almost 200 years.
Now, 2 points that you made. One, even in my work with founders and small business owners, one of the things I find, even with especially with the trades, but almost every industry and segment, that people run their business like a side hustle.
Yeah.
Even when it's their business, they're running it like a side hustle. Doing it on let's use this Band-Aid versus versus, look, I'm building this to last. And so what are the structures? What are the systems? What are the processes I have to have in place to make that? So if I'm a plumber, what's the business of plumbing? I know plumbing. What's the business of business that I apply to plumbing, my plumbing business, so that I can be consequential and substantial and long lasting, and so that I can grow. And then I become the Roto-Rooter, the national plumbing company, or if I'm going to open a hardware store, I'm going to do this to be long lasting, and I become the Home Depot because now I acquire all these other places and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a great opportunity that I see in my work with folks of, just getting them to see this is what's possible if you put these structures in place. Otherwise, you're dooming yourself to being this, kind of this afterthought.
You bring up a good point. Like I said, I run a entrepreneurship through acquisition workshop. And I was talking to an associate who is in the business brokerage business. And he gave me this example of exactly what you just said, Sydney, that an entrepreneur bought a lawn care company, go out to cut grass. But because he had an operational background like you, he bought another landscaping company. He bought 10 landscaping companies because he knew that by operating at a scale, he could become more profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. We think in terms of, and that's right down Main Street. How many times have you seen, that you can do this? And also the opportunities of Main Street is this. He also called me and said, Joe, I've got an $8 million tow truck business that's for sale. And I put it out in my network. Only one person called me up and said, hey, Joe, I'd be interested in doing that. $8 million. Think about it, Sydney. So if his margins are 30%, he's generating probably around $300,000 to $400,000 in GP dollars, right?
Right.
You know what his salary is.
You know, one of the things, so to that point, and because of, my career, I was, very diverse in the industries that I managed in. And so from International Paper Company to PepsiCo to Citigroup to JP Morgan Chase. So, for the Eastman Kodak. So all different industries, all different segments, global, I don't get, put off, frightened by, oh, this is a different industry. But you hear so many people, it's like, oh, I don't know anything about that. Again, if you know the business of business, that's a technical piece. You can learn the technical piece in a matter of months, but you'll have the business of business that you can then say, well, this is what that needs. We need to do this and da, da, da. And so they often get thrown off by and scared off by, well, I don't know anything about that. To your point, it's like you're missing an opportunity. That's a highly a business with not only high need, but high margins because of the kind of service that you're providing. That people don't have options usually when they're needing that service, et cetera, and that you can build it and you can use it as a cash cow for other business opportunities. But
I mean, that's exactly what the lawn service people did. The cash that was generated off that first purchase financed the second, third, and fourth.
Right.
But again, like you said, it's understanding business fundamentals. So it's understanding when you walk into a bank, you've got to have a business plan. You've got to have a financial plan. You've got to understand the dynamics of money when it comes to finance. Where's my cash flow? How does my balance sheet look? And if you don't know, then you need to have that circle around you. That's the other thing that we've got to come to grips with, is that I've got 4 people that I call up and say, hey, I don't understand this about a nonprofit. Joe, this is what you need to think about. Joe, you're off base here. You need to get focused here. This thing of I can do it alone doesn't work.
Right.
So I can call you up and say, hey, Sydney, I've got an issue with cash flow. I've got an issue with operations. Help me out. And you'll say, da, 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 boom. And that's how you keep a business successful, is that you have those 3 or 4 people around you that you can call up and say, hey, give me a sanity check. I need this.
Here's the question for you. What's your ask? There are lots of folks out there listening right now, loving what you're talking about, learning tons. Do you have an ask for the audience that's going to help?
Of course I have an ask.
What's that?
Write a check.
Here's your opportunity. Here's your platform. What's your
I mean, seriously though, nonprofits like Mr. Mitchell's that was ahead of me, and a nonprofit like the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, the things that we can accomplish needs funding. So if you can't, fund us, then put me in the room of people who can. That's all I ask. I'll do the rest.
Yep. Well, and to the point you just made, and connecting Mr. Mitchell, Percy Mitchell's, conversation and what he's trying to do, what you're trying to do, and then others, in that space, from a not-for-profit or even from a for-profit. If we start, supporting those organizations, that 15 cents, that's a huge piece, taking that 15 cents to the dollar.
Yeah.
Or taking, I saw your short video commercial, et cetera, where you talked about, I think it was the earning.
A dollar stays in the Black community.
That's time. That's what it was. Yeah. The turnover rate of money in our community. So the 30 minutes, to the 8 hours, those things happen because they are thriving businesses. Those thriving businesses happen because they're getting the support to learn how to take their side hustle to be a business, or to stop running their business as a side hustle.
Yeah.
And organizations like yours are key and instrumental to that. And the difference between what you're doing and a SCORE, nothing against SCORE, but your commitment to the community is different than theirs will be generally. That's a huge piece.
And the other thing, Sydney, I think also, if you look at SCORE, everything is off the shelf. Start a business, you go to a workshop. Understand financials, you pull that off the shelf, you set for that. In 5 days, I can give you the fundamentals you'll have a solid foundation. 12 to 15 subject matter experts will give you a solid foundation. You're going to have a business plan. You're going to have an understanding of pricing, your numbers, your target audience, and then also how to begin the communication of access to capital.
Mm-hmm.
You can now build on that because you've got the foundation down. And now it's just a matter of execution. So I can give you that in 5 days,
right,
but you've got to commit to 8 hours. I can't, I can't do, that's my program. I can't make it any other way.
Right. And I think it's important for people to understand in 40 hours, 5 days at 8 hours, 40 hours, you're going to go through the fundamentals, which really, it opens their eyes of what they need to know and be doing, et cetera, gives them a framework for doing it. But there's still a ton more work that they're going to have to do to make that, to put that into place, to implement it, to, make it a success, et cetera. But it also opens their eyes to the places and the resources that they have for being able to get there. And so again, I think that's why what you're doing is so valuable.
And
so,
Sydney, also, you're in a community of 20 odd entrepreneurs. And you know as well as I do, the language we speak as entrepreneurs, our spouses might not understand it, our friends might not understand it, our associates might not understand it, but because you're in that community, now you have someone that you can call up. I can call you up and say, man, I had a bad day. Well, okay, get you pumped up out there again, because you understand that journey. Right. You appreciate it, and you've been together for 40 hours. So, you have this, your language, you have all that. So that's also the beauty of CMET.
Yeah, you're building your network and your community and your support system.
Exactly.
Through that. So talk about, we're running out of time. Talk a little bit about how people can reach out to you to be involved in your program, to give you, some resources or to, put you in contact with the resources. So what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
Number one, my website is tcmet.org. So that's T Tom, C Charlie, M Mary, E Edward, ttom.org. So there, if anyone's interested in coming to our October 28th EBA, Entrepreneur Business Accelerator, that's one way. I can give you my email address. No spam allowed, but it's my first initial J, my last name Simmons @tcmet.org.
Good. All right. And remember, folks, if you got some funding that you can provide, if you've got access to funding that you can provide, if you have other resources that would be of use, time, physical things, etc., I'm sure he would love it and put it to use. Or if you're someone out there wanting to start a business and want to use or take advantage of the courses and training, I think that's all there. And I would love to connect with you outside too for some ways that I can help and support and be involved in what you're trying to do. So
okay, look forward to connecting with you, Sydney.
Yep, and look forward to having you back again so we can go into even more depth of some of the things that you're doing. Hear some more success stories, and maybe even the next time bring on one of your successful cohorts and go from there. So,
love to.
All right. So with that, I'll say genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks.
That is a phenomenal program. And for those who are, in need of, guidance, et cetera, there's an avenue for you to go through. For those who can help and support through funding or contact with funding, those kinds of programs, need it tremendously, and you'll be doing, good work. Black Business Expo, the mission for the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and the account number there is $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. The goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register for the program at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Yes, that's the same website. Every dollar counts. So please, reminding you, stressing to you, donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for the month of September 2024. Those sponsors include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, the Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thanks for watching. Continue to watch as we have more sessions for this section's show. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a business growth Imagineer, and I'm the founder of Strategic Solutions, which is a business consulting practice. and Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, which is a business growth practice. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker, and actually we'll be doing a fireside chat, is with Edith Nwosu. Edith is a distinguished entrepreneur, author, media solutions specialist, and has been selected for inclusion in Marquis Who's Who. As the founder and CEO of the Lady E Effect LLC, Edith has spent over 2 decades offering comprehensive business solutions, including digital marketing services that enhance visibility and profitability for individuals and organizations. And with a strong background in corporate hospitality, business development, and behavioral therapy, her expertise spans multiple industries. A published author, a podcast host, Edith is committed to transforming lives, fulfilling purposes, and driving global improvement. So please help me welcome Miss Edith Nwosu to the program.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
Good. Welcome. Tell me a little. We're gonna have a fireside chat, correct? Did I get that right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure so that I didn't take us off one direction and you were like, wait, I had a whole talk prepared, etc. So one of the things I want to do is jump right into it because we have such limited time, and I want to make sure everybody gets as much information as they can from you, given your background and your expertise, etc. So, but first, just giving people a little insight of your background. Where are you from? How did you get the expertise that you have? Was it educational? Was it through practical experience? Talk a little bit about your background, your backstory that got you to this point.
Well, thank you for that question. So to give the audience some information on my background, I was actually born and raised in the Maryland, DC, Virginia location, Prince George's County to be exact, Maryland. And my family comes from a Nigerian Igbo background. So very young, since elementary school, I participated in practicing areas, volunteering areas, in areas of special needs, disability, child development, and definitely it started with education. I come from a very entrepreneurial and business savvy family that doctors, engineers, lawyers, as well as those that own healthcare industries, and very, very diverse. So I was very influential in the community affairs. So even starting as young as 8, doing newspapers and things like that, and participating in city campaigns as well. I've had the blessing of, through school and volunteering, as well as in jobs growing up very young, just really shaping the direction of my business where I am now. So in terms of business development, it really started very young at the times that I just mentioned, but just the exposure to the environment, the family and the community I come from, and just being very intentional about the time that I was exposed and participated in global community, business, and family affairs. It really helped shape me to become who I am today.
Wow, it's pretty impressive background. And starting at 8, I don't know how many people start their business career, entrepreneurial journey at 8. So kudos to you. Talk a little bit about Lady E Effect LLC, what it does, and how did you get involved with that? What prompted you to, or inspired you to create it?
So for those that don't know, of course, my first name is Edith. I have a couple of different nicknames, and Lady E kind of grew as I got older, and definitely with what I shared before, I definitely consider myself a lady, and I take very intentional purpose. I take purpose and transformation extremely seriously. So going through just a phenomenal developmental community I have, I've also seen trials, right? I've seen violence. I've seen a lot of things that's affected us as, African Americans, Africans, people of color, that even myself, I experienced a shooting back in 2005. So, going through things that I've personally experienced, but also my environment, I always knew that there were always great things happening in our community, but unfortunately, it's also overshadowed by the violence, by the poisonous, implementation. So the Lady Effect really stemmed from that very early education, healthcare, kind of global business development experience I had. And I always knew that I was going to transition into business. I'm also an Edith Jr., so my mother has been in business in the healthcare field since 1992. And from my grandparents to et cetera, I've come from a very, very business savvy entrepreneur background that we're very intentional about helping the community, evolving the community, lifting up the community. So the Lady Effect really connects back to that global transformation, right? Our communities all connect to one global reach, and what we implement in it, from the education purposes to things like that, is extremely important. So some of the areas that my business covers is coaching and consulting services, as well as overall helping to build that online presence. We know the internet is something that is extremely influential in today's culture. So whether we're talking from a political aspect or an education or editorial aspect, I help through my company businesses, brands, and thought leaders as well just build their global domination. So platforms like LinkedIn, platforms like Meta, paid ads, different things like that. We just help establish them to become the go-to experts, build that online presence that a lot of times they can't focus on that. They're focusing on what's going to improve the community. So we take care of all of those type of things. And we also involve media solutions. Of course, people think about media from an aspect of, TV, this and that, but media is huge, right? A lot of us wouldn't know each other without media. So solutions is there because I believe in providing proper implemented solutions to improve our communities.
So talk about some of the transformations that you've been able to drive, deliver, for some of the organizations that you've worked with. And talk about that in terms of the accountabilities that you feel are important for someone like you, a company like yours, in working with entrepreneurs.
Very great question. Thank you for asking. So my answer to that is, number one, when it comes to accountability first, we have to be aware that there's a problem, right? In order for there to be a solution, there has to be an identification of a problem first. So in the diversity of what even led me into business, and while I was in business, still participating in areas where I can work with other companies and things of that nature. Number one, mental health is extremely important because, of course, as adults, we think about business, we think about providing for our families, our communities, but are we honest with ourselves in terms of what's going on in our minds? So with that coaching and consulting area that I have, working with clients of adults and of adolescent ages, observation is something that is extremely important to me because outside of initially asking questions, when you observe and you listen to the body language, the facial features, the tone of the person that you're speaking to, and then also creating a very safe space for them to lay out what their problems are, what their issues are, whether it's an actual corporate company that you're speaking with, or it's an actual individual that's dealing with substance abuse, which I've had experience doing that as well. The transformation really starts with identifying the problem. Right. So there can't be transformation without that. So once that is identified, I do provide, trainings and, different activities to help break down what those issues are. So it can be in a more simplistic format. And from there, with the activities that I implement for that guest, for that client, what's most important is for them to understand that they already have the solution. So we use our expertise to just bring to the forefront what they already have. Personally, for me, I don't believe in like soul searching. We all were created for a purpose. So we just need to be around the right individuals and professionals that help provide that, where we're more tunnel vision, laser focused, and we understand that with our purpose and overcoming our challenges through our purpose, we're able to evolve. So that's where that transformation takes place. We're already reminding our clients that they already have what it takes to be successful. So eliminating the limited mindset, right? The poor mindset or the discouragement or the unbelief. We believe that it's important to focus on the areas of what helps them thrive, what helps them succeed, their strengths, and building off of that. And then also transitioning their weakness into something that they can apply their strengths to amplify from. So there's a lot of different ways that you can apply different activities for transformation, but it really starts with your mind, I would say.
Okay. You used the term earlier, profit domination. Talk about how you define that as an organization, and then talk about some specific, strategies that you use when working with your clients or with individuals on achieving profit domination.
Yeah, so again, very good question. When it comes to profit domination, right? So I like to take my media and really utilize the internet because, again, the internet is just a massive way of how we connect. So whether it's live streams, whether it's through social media, whether it's through simply a website or even Google My Business page, these are all ways that people that don't know who you are, that tend to be your target audience for businesses that understand how to niche and focus on that target audience, and also understand they're building a community from that as well. The profit domination pretty much comes.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents.
Then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Content creators, welcome to Fave Unite TV. Hey, are you struggling with having your content stand out from the crowd? Or is it that you're overshadowed by others who have more resources, followers, and influence? The good news is wherever we are, you are too. We help you grow your online presence and optimize your visibility, which gets you closer to your audience so you can build trust and loyalty. By using the power of our network, we help you build yours. Fave Unite is a powerful tool to connect you with your friends, followers, and fans. And when fans rule, everyone wins. Join us. Fave stands for Fans, Artists, and Venues. Submit your content today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free.
I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of
Successful
art
entrepreneur
to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome, Obama.
Solution.
Our motion work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven.
Digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now. in the advent of AI, because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Welcome back, Black Business Expo USA. We're continuing our fireside chat with Sabrina Gillian. Sabrina, are you there? Sabrina, are you there?
I have to decipher on, okay, listen, I can't bring this reality into this, nor can I bring this into that. On days I can, but 9 times out of 10, I can't. I keep the world separate because I cannot make certain things happen in the real world because, honey, they want to wear it for 2 months and it's only made for 12 hours. I hope that understands.
That's interesting. That's interesting. It sounds like to me that you do have to be a bit of a magician, and you got to definitely employ your imagination to make the vision that producer or that director wants to come alive. So I
most definitely,
no doubt. So what advice would you give to someone interested in transitioning from cosmetology, say, to the acting or acting profession or vice versa?
Okay, so as far as acting, when you mean acting, as far as doing hair behind the scenes, acting,
yeah, that behind the scenes.
Let me tell you something. You have to be strong-minded. Okay. Number one, you have to say bye to your clients.
Okay.
You have to say bye to your clients. When I mean bye to your clients, in this industry, you let's say they hire you for 3 months. You have a job for 3 months, and the next 3 months you don't have a job. So with that being said, you have to have that strong will, strong mind, in balance and managing money is huge, because in a salon, you're used to making money every day. And on TV, you can make money for 3 months, but it's such a big lump sum that it can honestly last you for a year. But you have to use wisdom. Again, we go back to wisdom on how much can I spend, because you're making so much money at one time to where you can go and splurge and really live that lavish life. For the next 3 months, you don't have a job and you'll be homeless. So I tell my stylist this. I said, now, you have to have some type of balance. You have to have some type of wisdom, and you have to, what's the word I'm using? You have to budget. You have to budget. If you know you're used to this type of lifestyle, and you have this, please consider that you may not be working for 2 or 3 months and have another job, or either have a salon job maybe once or twice a week, or once or twice a month. You have those people. What I do in my situation, majority of my extension clients, I keep them around because they're my higher paying clients, number one, and they don't need me as much. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, you have to kind of budget and balance yourself.
Gotcha.
Budget and balance yourself.
Yeah, budgeting and balancing. There'll be a difference with the way the money comes.
Oh,
you know how to balance.
I mean, literally, okay, you're working for 3 months and you got $65,000 in 3 months. And that's what some people make in a whole year. Okay. So with that, if you're not being frugal and if you're not using wisdom, it can be gone within 4 to 6 weeks. And then you have
or sooner.
Sooner, depending on your living style, how you're living, So that's what makes it what makes it interesting, because if you don't keep up with your money, and you're a stylist, you spend money every day and go to work and want to depend on the next people to pay. I've been there, done that.
So some sage advice would be to start learning how to budget your money.
Learn how to budget. If you're not used to getting paid, especially with us, I've been doing this for 20 years. And if you're not used to getting a paycheck every week or every 2 weeks, it's going to be an adjustment.
It's going to be an
adjustment. But those adjustments are going to be so good.
All right.
Those adjustments will be so good. So Sabrina, you'll get used to it.
You'll get used to it, huh? Yeah. You're going to have to, right?
You'll get used to it, yes.
Sabrina, how do you manage to stay inspired and continue growing in such a multifaceted career? I know it's not all glam. I know it's not all you're up and excited every day. How do you stay inspired? How do you do that?
The only thing that's keeping me together is God.
Okay.
Me staying in my word. I meditate day and night. Right. I read day and night. That's the number one way that I'm sane is my prayer life. Wow. I have a relationship with Abba Father, and He leads and guides me on everything that I do, through the tough days, through the challenges. I have to go back to the word on what He's promised and what He said to me from when I was a child. I go back to my morals of teaching from great mentors. Okay. God is number one. Then I go to the sources that are already doing what I'm doing. And I ask them, what do you do to stay ahead? What do you do? I exercise daily. I eat healthy. I stay around positive people and happy people. Every day is not going to be happy. Every day you won't be around those type of people. But if I can feel an energy, if I feel someone's spirit, something's off, kind of stay away from that, because especially if I'm in a place.
Sabrina, what I kind of get from what you're saying, and I get a lot from what you're saying, is that you got to listen to some voices other than your own voice. Am I correct? You got to hear some voices that take you to a higher level, not just listening to your own thinking. Am I correct?
100%.
Gotcha. Wow. So what has been the most rewarding part of working with like well-known artists and people of that nature? What have you found most rewarding, and what would you say you've learned from that experience?
They're human, just like me and you.
Okay.
Sometimes they have way more problems than you and I put together. And sometimes if you could just say a peaceful word to them, a word of wisdom.
Wow.
That carries them literally to a whole nother retrospect, to where they want to be around you all the time. I have celebrities calling me just to talk. Hey, we'll be in town. You want to go to dinner? Because of the conversation. What are you talking about? How is your spirit?
Okay.
Your conversation. It's what they need to hear. They have the fans, they have the groupies, they have that. But do they have a listening ear?
Okay.
I'm a listening ear. They can talk and talk and talk in my chair. Whatever goes on between us is between us. Sometimes they just need to talk.
Wow.
And that while they're talking and I'm understanding, out of all the things they're talking to me about in that 1 hour, I will give them a 4-letter word. It is well. It is well. That's 3. It is well. Don't worry. Don't stress. It's all working together for your good. Little nuggets like that go a long way.
I love it.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV.
Opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem. Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Hello.
안녕하세요. Hola.
Have you heard about the CVM SDC Student Pitch Competition? It's your chance to win up to $3,000 in prizes.
It's the perfect opportunity for young entrepreneurs of color to shine.
Are you a student entrepreneur age 25 or younger?
Do you have an amazing business idea waiting to take off?
Well, this competition is for you.
SAS is excited to sponsor this year's competition.
First place wins $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in marketing services.
Pitch your groundbreaking business concept.
Show off your talent and creativity.
So what are you waiting for?
Submit your pitch today.
Link in bio. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
Apply now. Now.
Submit your pitch now.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web 3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Hello,
안녕하세요.
Hola.
Have you heard about the CVM SDC Student Pitch Competition? It's your chance to win up to $3,000 in prizes.
It's the perfect opportunity for young entrepreneurs of color to shine.
Are you a student entrepreneur age 25 or younger?
Do you have an amazing business idea waiting to take off?
Well, this competition is for you.
SAS is excited to sponsor this year's competition.
First place wins $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in marketing services.
Pitch your groundbreaking business concept.
Show off your talent and creativity.
So what are you waiting for?
Submit your pitch today.
Link in bio. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity.
Apply now.
Now.
Submit your pitch now.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Heytie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am more and delighted to introduce myself this morning as your first speaker on the Black Business Network. I'll share a little bit about me. I dive into life fully by exploring new experiences with adventures fueled by curiosity and love. I have a love for scuba diving, horseback riding, coasters, gourmetizing, big city lights, picture taking, and one of my favorite things are high heel shoes. I'm also a lover of book and an avid reader, and I'm the co-founder of Keg Book Club. I have a podcast that's called Babble with Me, and this is featured on the LA Tribune Network. I am a speaker, coach, mentor, radio and television host, and I gained my power voice when I had the opportunity to work with none other than the great Les Brown. I was also mentored into Thinking into Results by John Tallarico, and I used this experience through role modeling and self-expression to empower youths to develop public speaking skills and to assess their inner self-talk, to also change their mindset, and to transform their lives by improving their relationships with themselves first, and then by extension, others. I'm a mother and a former beauty queen, entrepreneur, and I was born in the land of many waters. That's the beautiful Guyana. I'm a best-selling author, and I advocate the A21.org. This is an organization whose mission is to end modern-day slavery and human trafficking. I'm also the founder of Adornomy LLC, Raw Moss LLC, and Global Kids Speak LLC and Oratory Club. Today, I'm just going to be talking a little bit about the power of thinking into results. I want you to just think about something. Do you know what energy is? Energy does have a wide capacity of meaning, and it depends on what its concept is. But one of the most broadest and most simple definitions I've come across is actually called usable power. Just think about it. Energy has many different forms, and it could never, ever be created nor destroyed. Now, what if I told you that your thoughts are the most potent form of energy? Boom. That's absolutely big stuff, because if we have the most potent form of energy, how powerful are we? So in order for us to understand the source of our power, we have to dive a little bit into our mind. Our mind is a divine center of creation. It's where creation happens. And this center is actually responsible for whatever result that you have now. Your now is because of your mind. So before I can explain this, can you think, when you think of your mind, where do you think it's located? I know most of you would say it's located here, but your mind actually is not part of our physical body. Here, where we think about, when we think about our mind, is actually the brain. And the brain is part of the physical body, and it's a tool that the mind actually uses to operate the physical. Our mind is actually energy. The mind is used to think, and the brain is simply the transmitter. The mind cannot be physically touched. However, In order to understand how the mind works, we want to paint a picture. Your mind functions on many different levels, but today we're just going to think about two of them. So if you have a notebook or a piece of paper, just grab it. And I want you to just make a big circle, and that will be representing your head. Don't add any details like your eyes, your nose, etc. And we will use this as the mind, just a representation of the mind. Now draw a line through the circle as if you want to divide it into two. Just think of a pizza and you're just sharing it into two pieces. And you can label one side your conscious mind and the other side, you name it your subconscious mind. And then you can draw a tiny circle to the bottom, and that's the body. You can then have fun, put on your stick arms, feet, etc. But your body is the instrument. So just think about all that's happening now. I know it's a lot of information. So let's do a little recap. The conscious mind is the thinking mind. It is the educated mind, while the subconscious mind is the emotional mind. The conscious mind receives information from the outside world through our 5 sensory factors. I'm sure we all know about our sight, our sound, our smell, our taste, our touch. But most people only live through these senses. The subconscious mind only does what it's impressed upon. It does not ask any questions. So imagine you have this subconscious mind that is ready to do whatever you imprint upon it, to create whatever now it is that you have. The conscious mind is where we gather the information, but it's not the part that controls the body. The conscious mind thinks and the subconscious mind executes whatever we impress on it. And it expresses itself through the body. Just think about it. All because of energy. Look how powerful we are. We are amazing beings. So remember, energy is usable power. Your thoughts are the most important and the most potent form of energy. Just repeat this, think about this. My thoughts are the most potent form of energy. My thoughts are the most potent form of energy. Just think about that power. Imagine and just think about it. Factually, energy could not be created nor destroyed. It is there all the time, and we hold that potent form of energy. Your mind is a center of divine creation. And remember, it's divided into conscious and subconscious. Just think about that pizza in half. So, how do you think into results? We do so by beginning with the end in mind. In order to understand how to master our thoughts, we must, first of all, understand the process. Our mind is the center of divine creation. Yes, each and every individual have their own headquarters. And you are the CEO of your own headquarters. Yes, you're a boss. You are the boss and you call the shots. So like any organization, you are constantly creating every day. You're constantly creating every moment. So as the CEO of this operation, this powerful headquarters, this center of divine creation, you must take charge and master your thoughts. But how do we create? We create by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Every single thing that's around you right now, just think about what I'm about to say to you. Every single thing that's around you right now was once an idea. You created it. You conceived it in your imagination. And here you are sitting in your actual outcome. So I want you to just do a little exercise with me. Close your eyes. Think about what is the color of your front door. And whenever we ask these questions, the first thing that we do, we see a picture. Our mind actually is like a movie. and it rewinds. So when I ask you certain questions, what you do, you go back, and that movie in your mind, it rewinds. To me, my front door is red, but I had to get a flash. I didn't get a flash of RED like a word. I got that flash of a picture. Now think about the last dish you washed. Sometimes that's a little bit harder because we might not have really paid much attention to that. We just do it unconsciously. We just do it just out of automation. But I can see you right now closing your eyes and rewinding that movie, trying to think, hey, what was the last dish I washed? Now, these exercises demonstrate how our mind think. And the purpose of this exercise is just to show you that we think in pictures. Therefore, in order to create, we must begin at the end. If you're a painter, the painter actually have that vision of that photo, of that painting in their mind before they begin it. For example, if you want to go buy a house, you got to first visualize it. Most people have an idea of what color they want their house to be, how many rooms they wish they have to have in their home, what neighborhood. Your mind gives you that picture of what you want. I'm here today because I visualized myself speaking to you also. I visualize what would I wear in certain places where I have to turn up. How do I get there? You become excited, and what do? You begin to create. I begin with the end in mind. So do you. And what I did and what I always do is assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. And when we do that, we create. Remember that your center of divine creation goes into creation mode. And that's how we're able to create that mind. But I'll say to you, it sounds so easy. Just painting that picture. It's like, yeah, I can imagine stuff. I can think about stuff. But we all know that if we do have a plan, but we don't have any action, then it's just a wish. So everything just sounds easy. You can paint this picture, but you also have to do the other part. You have to take action. So all of that I've told you before is really the easy part. We're forever thinking of new ideas. We're forever creating new stuff in our mind. Well, we're having beautiful pictures of what is it that we want to have. But what I'm trying to say to you, the outside world that you see right now, is basically a reflection of what takes place in your mind. It's a reflection of what took place in other people's mind too, to create and bring whatever it is that we have in front of you. Many times we dream big, but we just cannot seem to get the results. Think about it. How many projects in this center of divine creation that we have abandoned? We might not have had that desire to see that wish fulfilled because we thought about it, but we abandoned it. We take courses, we acquire degrees and accolades, we start businesses, but we just can't seem to get the desired result. We just can't seem to close what is known as the knowing-doing gap. I'll repeat that again. The knowing-doing gap. As business owners, I just wanted to start this morning with a topic like this because it really helps us to get thinking, to get the wheel going, to continue to dig deeper, to understand that in order to get the results and to think into the results that we want, we have to understand certain sound principles. We have to understand that there is a gap that's called a knowing-doing gap that gives us the results. So in order to get the results, we need to get to the core. And the core of the issues of us not achieving many of our results comes from self-doubt, indecision, poor self-image, paradigms, and terror barriers. These are all saboteurs that tend to want to stop us from getting to the results that we need. So indecision they say, causes disintegration. And that's actually a basic law of the universe. Either you are creating or you're disintegrating. So when you have this big idea in this big project and you don't get to the point where you create it, it's actually being disintegrated. Self-doubt is actually a saboteur. And it's a saboteur that we all face. When you make a decision, you will find the people and the resources that you need. Remember, indecision is no decision. It's actually a decision to say no. So you have to understand the importance of making a decision. I have an acronym that I use. It's called Get Mad. So MAD is the acronym, MAD, make a decision. Remember, many people who are very successful, what they do, they jump and then they grow wings as they fall. You find the resources that you need, just take the steps. Another saboteur is poor self-image. What is the story of yourself that you're telling yourself? In order to get the results that we seek, we must first accept ourselves. For many of you who would have been listening in on the Black Business Network, I talk a lot about self-acceptance. And a lot of times we appear to be so confident, but deep inside, a lot of us have a lot of battles that we face where we have not accepted ourselves. We have not accepted our mistakes. Many persons live from what you call a victim mentality. It's the poor me. They don't have a good self-image. It's not working out because I don't have a degree, or I am whatever poor excuse that they use, that victim mentality. Improve your self-image. Self-image is basically how you perceive yourself. And it's a number of self-impressions that you've built up over time. It's like a mountain. You keep building up all of these self-impressions, thinking of yourself in this way, and that's the image of yourself that you hold. And these self-images in some cases could be positive. And when it's positive, it gives you confidence. It shows in your thoughts and in your actions. Or when it's negative, it makes you doubtful of your own capabilities, of your own ideas. So remember, you have to get rid of your poor self-image. Then I talk about other things that stops you from being able to just get that project done. They're paradigms. Paradigms is basically a term used to describe a mass of information that's programmed into individual's subconscious mind. Actually, from the moment of conception, and then environmentally after birth. This information is expressed behavior patterns, producing whatever results you get in life. So paradigm structures your logics. Those are the beliefs that shapes your perception. When I did the course with Bob Proctor, in his institute, it said a paradigm is a group of habits that are programmed into your subconscious mind that controls your behavior. It's actually a roadmap of events that happen in your life and whatever meaning you give to it. So think about it. You're born and you're told to follow certain ways, to put yourself into this box, and this is what society expects, etc. And what you do, you form these paradigms. And when you think about it, you were born into this environment. This is what you're taught, and you really believe, hey, this is it. But then think about it. There are other people who are born into other environments, and they think completely opposite from you. And what do? We say, we frown upon them because it's not what you believe. But we really need to question the paradigms, question everything that you've been taught. And as a dear friend said to me, get the facts. We cannot just depend on what we were taught by our parents because they're humans too. Get your facts. Understand that we are not bound by paradigms. Paradigms actually keep us in a box. Then the other saboteur, the other thing that stops us from creating is terror barriers. Terror barriers or challenges is actually based on unconscious fears. And it can often erupt when we're working towards our goals and visions. A terror barrier is actually an illusion. Every fiber of our being wants to turn back and throw in the towel because here, the subconscious mind is always working to keep us safe. Think about it. You've done it. You've reached the part. You've created and you started the business or you started the project or whatever it is that you're doing. And then when you're getting there and the demands are coming in and you actually have that potential to do what you have to do to get to the next level. And then there's that little thing that tells you, hey, this here could harm you. Hey, what if you lose all the money you invest? Hey, all these doubtful things, and it's fears, they're unconscious fears. Do not allow your old conditionings and your beliefs to stop you from performing new acts in an efficient and effective manner. Terror barrier is actually that feeling of anxiety. You know that feeling you feel when you're about to start something new? It's like, it gives you like, no. It keeps you safe in some situations. It's a natural reaction that our body creates. But there are times that we just got to kick those terror barriers, kick those paradigms. Paradigms and terror barriers, they just keep you in a box. You don't want to be kept in a box. Think about it. If you're in the box, you can't see the label. You don't want to be ever kept in a box. You have to break those terror barriers, kick it open, step out. And when you find yourself in yet another, stuck in another paradigm, then the fears and the terror barriers come in. What you got to do, kick out those boxes, kick out those borders and step in to the next level. Because all they are saboteurs to stop you from being creative. They're saboteurs to stop you from actually being the wonderful human being that you are. They're the barriers that stop you from creating and getting the results that you are looking for. Remember that you are your own obstacle. You are your own obstacle. Say that. I am my own obstacle. Do not allow yourself to be set by borders. One of the words that I really love to say is indecent. By society, when they hear the word indecent, the first thing they think about is, ooh, vulgar. But another meaning of indecent is actually to go against society norms. I want you to just think of yourself as being indecent, to be able to help you to get to that next level. Question the norms. Question the things that tend to keep you boxed in. According to Les Brown, many they die at 20 and they're buried by 65. Just think about it. You're spending a few decades just not living. You're spending decades of your life boxed in because you have not understand your mind. You do not understand your power. You do not understand that you can think into results. And the thing is that I'll just share one of the things that society tends to tell us. Oh, when you reach a certain age, oh, you can't do this anymore. You can't do that. Yet there's some people who kick open those paradigms, and what they do, they get their degree at 50. They get their degree at 60. They open their business at 70, and they're successful. Sometimes we're told, oh, because you don't have the masters and the doctorates, oh, you can't do this. And then there are others who just kick open those paradigms and they just think and get the results, because here what they do, they understand their mind. They understand that There's nothing in your mind that you can conceive that you cannot achieve. You can achieve anything. If you have not achieved the results that you are looking for, it's because you have not assumed that feeling. So once you assume that feeling, now you got to step out. You have the tools. What I've done, I've worked on the Bob Proctor program, where they pull us through months of training to help us to be able to not just think, but to get the results. And what I've done for you is actually shared it in a nutshell to show you that it's very simple. We think, we create. That's the first part. We think, we create. And then we understand that no matter who you are, the barriers will come. No matter who you are, the challenges will come. A lot of it is internal, but it's both internal and external, because the external factors might be the societal norms, what people are telling you, oh, this can't be done. Just think about some of the greatest people, the greatest achievers in our lives, like Ford or the Wright brothers. When they were told, oh, airplanes cannot fly, people thought that they were crazy. They wanted to fly something in the sky, and everybody was like, oh, they are crazy. But guess what? We're able right now to even get up, buy a ticket, and go almost any place in the world. You may not see the value of your own ideas, but if you cannot see your own value of your own ideas, trust me, it's harder to sell it to other people. You have to understand the value in whatever you're creating. Get fired up about it, because it's energy. And once you start to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, that is what fuels you, because, hey, I got this passion. I want to get this thing done. You fire yourself up. See the end result. Then make a plan, a definite plan. And once you've done that, guess what? At the end of the day, you fight knowing that there are barriers and there are saboteurs that will come your way. Understand them and know that they're just there as a distraction. And guess what? When you think, you will get your results, because you will take action and you will overcome whatever saboteur comes your way. In leaving, I just want to encourage you to continue to think. Remember that you are a boss. Remember that you are the CEO of your own headquarters. Remember that you're forever thinking, forever creating, and you are worthy of getting whatever results that you are trying to achieve. And whatever it is, whatever situation you're in now, whatever result you're receiving right now, it's because of what you've created. And every day you have a new chance to create new results. So start today by retelling your story, rewriting your story, creating new movies in your mind. And I guarantee you that you will think into your result. Now, I just want to take a moment to thank the sponsors. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malon Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well. Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.